Today we're diving into one of the most epic and dramatic myths ever told. The story of Ragnarok, the end of the world in Norse mythology. We'll go through everything. The signs that warned of the coming doom, the betrayals and the monsters breaking free, the final battles where gods and giants clashed, and finally, what rose from the ashes when everything was destroyed. This isn't just a tale of destruction. It's a saga of destiny, courage, and rebirth. So sit back, get comfortable, and let's journey together through the twilight of the gods, and the dawn that followed. Before the sun was born, before the stars were set ablaze, before the oceans or the mountains had risen, there was only Ginnungagap, the yawning void. It was not emptiness as men imagine it, but a deep chasm where silence itself seemed eternal, a gulf between extremes. To the north lay Niflheim, the land of mist, ice, and storm. Its rivers, the Ilivigar, carried poison and frost, flowing into Ginnungagap until their waters hardened into jagged shards of rime. To the south burned Muspelheim, the realm of eternal fire, where heat roared and flames leapt as though alive. There the fire giant Surtur stood sentinel, brandishing his flaming sword, a power destined to blaze at the end of all things. When the icy breath of Niflheim met the burning sparks of Muspelheim in the heart of Ginnungagap, something wondrous occurred. The ice melted, drops forming in the void, and from that mingling of frost and fire was born the first being, Ymir, the primordial giant. Ymir was colossal, his body a mountain of flesh and frozen blood. From him came the race of frost giants. As he slept, sweat poured from beneath his arms, and from it two more beings emerged, male and female. From his legs, another creature sprang, monstrous and twisted. Thus, without union, the children of Ymir multiplied, and the frost giants, the Jotnar, spread their lineage. But Ymir was not alone in Ginnungagap. Alongside him came a cow of cosmic size, Ahumla, whose milk nourished the giant. From her teats flowed rivers of sweet sustenance. Yet the cow herself needed food, and so she licked the salty blocks of ice that lined the void. For 3 days Ahumla licked, and on the first day hair appeared from the ice. On the second a head emerged. On the third the full form of a man stood revealed, Buri, the first of the gods. From Buri came a son, Bor, who took for wife a giantess named Bestla. Their children were 3 brothers, Odin, Vili, and Vi. These sons of Bor were unlike Ymir and his offspring. Where the giant embodied brute force, the brothers carried within them will, vision, and wisdom. As the brothers grew, they saw Ymir and the frost giants multiplying without measure. The Jotnar were fierce, vast, and unruly, threatening all that might come to be. The 3 brothers resolved that there could be no peace while Ymir lived. The battle was titanic. Ymir strode across Ginnungagap like a storm-given flesh, his footsteps shaking the void. Rivers of blood spilled from his wounds, drowning countless beings. Yet Odin and his brothers pressed on. Together they struck, and with a final blow Ymir fell, his immense body collapsing into the chasm. From the wounds of Ymir flowed so much blood that nearly all of the frost giants drowned. Only Bergelmir and his wife survived, climbing into a wooden chest to escape the flood. From them the race of giants endured, sworn enemies of the gods forever. Odin, Vili, and Vi looked upon the fallen body of Ymir and chose to create a new order from his remains. His flesh became the soil of the earth. His blood formed the seas and lakes. His bones became the mountains, his teeth the stones. His hair grew into trees and forests. His skull was raised high, forming the sky, held aloft by 4 dwarves, Nordri, Sudri, Ostri, and Vestri, who marked the cardinal points. From the sparks of Muspelheim they scattered stars across the heavens, shaping the sun and the moon to guide the passage of time. Thus the cycle of day and night began, and the first winds stirred. At the center of all stood Yggdrasil, the great ash tree whose roots and branches bound the cosmos. Its roots reached deep into realms of ice, fire, and the land of the dead, while its crown stretched to the heights of Asgard. Around Yggdrasil lay the 9 realms. Asgard, home of the Aesir, the warrior gods. Midgard, the realm of men encircled by oceans. Vanaheim, dwelling of the Vanir gods, keepers of fertility and wisdom. Jotunheim, harsh land of the giants. Niflheim, the frozen wastes of mist. Muspelheim, land of fire and flame. Alfheim, home of the radiant light elves. Svartalfheim, abode of dark elves and cunning dwarves. Helheim, the cold domain of the dead, ruled by a grim queen. Perched atop Yggdrasil was an eagle of great wisdom, between whose eyes sat a hawk named Vedrfolnir. At its roots coiled the serpent dragon Enigir, gnawing endlessly. Up and down the trunk scurried the squirrel Ratatosk, carrying insults between the eagle and the serpent, sowing discord. Yggdrasil was mighty, yet never free of strife. Time passed and the gods grew numerous and strong. Among them rose Odin, All-Father, who ruled Asgard with foresight and cunning. At his side stood Thor, his mighty son, defender of gods and men with his hammer Mjolnir. Beside them were gods of valor, of love, of justice. But among the Aesir dwelt Loki the trickster. Born of giants yet bound to Odin by oath, Loki was clever beyond measure, a weaver of schemes, both friend and betrayer. With the giantess Angerboda, Loki fathered 3 dreadful children. Fenrir, a wolf of monstrous size whose jaws gaped wide enough to swallow gods. Jormungandr, the world serpent, destined to grow so vast it would encircle Midgard and grasp its own tail. Hel, half maiden and half corpse, destined to reign over the land of the dead. The gods, seeing these children, were seized by dread. Prophecy spoke that they would bring ruin in the days to come. Odin ordered that each be cast away. Hel was banished to Niflheim, where she built her hall and ruled over the dead who knew neither glory nor valor. Jormungandr was hurled into the ocean, where it grew, coiling around the world until its body encircled Midgard itself. Fenrir was kept in Asgard, for at first he seemed but a pup. Yet he grew swiftly, and none could control him save the god Tyr. The gods, fearing his strength, forged chains to bind him. The first 2, Ladding and Dromi, Fenrir broke with ease. Finally they sought the dwarves, master forgers, who crafted a binding unlike any other, Gleipnir, a ribbon soft and thin, made from impossibilities. The sound of a cat's footsteps, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, the sinews of a bear, and the spittle of a bird. When Fenrir saw the ribbon he grew suspicious. He would not allow himself to be bound unless one god placed a hand in his jaws as a pledge of good faith. Brave Tyr did so. Once bound, Fenrir strained, but Gleipnir held fast. In his fury he snapped Tyr's hand away, leaving the god forever maimed. Thus Fenrir was chained until the end of days, but his wrath burned hotter with each passing year. Though the gods had bound Fenrir and cast his kin into exile, Odin's heart was not at rest. He sought knowledge of what lay ahead, and none could answer but the seeresses, the Volvas, who could glimpse the weaving of fate. Traveling to the realm of the dead, Odin descended and raised one such Volva from her grave. She spoke to him in a voice like cold wind. "You seek the fate of gods, All-Father, yet you know it cannot be changed. Hear then the doom that waits. The Fimbulwinter shall come, 3 winters without summer, endless snow and storm. Brothers shall rise against brothers, fathers against sons. The world of men will drown in blood and treachery. Then shall the wolves devour the sun and moon, and stars shall vanish from the sky. The earth will quake, the bonds will shatter, and your wolf, Fenrir, shall break free. He shall swallow you, Odin, father of hosts. The Midgard serpent will rise from the sea, poisoning sky and land, and Thor will face it. Though he strikes it down, its venom shall kill him in turn. Surtur shall come from the south, fire in his hand, and the world shall be consumed in flame. Yet from the ashes shall rise a new earth, green and fair, where survivors shall dwell. 2 among mankind shall hide through the ruin, and from them men shall be born anew. Some gods too shall return, and light will dawn after darkness. Odin heard and knew the prophecy could not be turned aside. For fate was woven by the Norns, Urd, who knows what has been, Verdandi, who sees what is, and Skuld, who declares what must be. Their threads bind even the gods themselves. The All-Father returned to Asgard in silence. He would prepare, though the end was written. For even knowing defeat was certain, the gods would face the coming storm. High above Midgard, where the branches of Yggdrasil stretched toward the heavens, the gods built their shining stronghold, Asgard. There stood Valasjaf, Odin's hall, its roof silvered and its seat high, from which he could survey all the worlds. There was Bilskirnir, Thor's great hall, vast and mighty, larger than any dwelling of gods or men, with 540 rooms echoing with laughter, feasting, and the clash of practice weapons. Among them shone Breidablik, the hall of Balder the Fair, so pure and bright that no evil could enter its doors. Sesrumnir, belonging to Freya, rose like a palace of beauty and power, where the fallen women of battle found a place of honor. Every morning Heimdall, the ever-vigilant, stood upon the rainbow bridge Bifrost, guarding the passage to Asgard with eyes that pierced the night and ears that could hear the grass grow. The gods lived in splendor, yet even within those golden walls, whispers of unease began to grow. Among all the Aesir, none was dearer to gods and men than Balder, son of Odin and Frigg. His face shone like sunlight upon water, his hair gleamed gold and his voice carried peace. Balder was the joy of Asgard, the hope of Midgard, the promise that even in the dark of winter light would return. Yet in the stillness of night, Balder's sleep turned restless. He dreamed of shadows falling, of himself lying pale upon the ground, pierced and silent. He awoke trembling, and though he said little, his mother Frigg, goddess of love and foresight, saw the truth in his eyes. Balder's dreams spread unease among the gods. For though the All-Father often kept his counsel, all knew that dreams in Asgard were never idle phantoms. They were omens. Odin gathered the Aesir in council. They sat in Gladsheim, his high hall, where the thrones of the gods encircled his seat. Thor sat with his hammer across his knees, Tyr with his one hand clenched upon his sword, Frey and Freya radiant, and Loki with his sly smile, eyes flickering as though always planning a jest or a betrayal. Frigg spoke first. "I will not see my son perish. If doom awaits him, let us guard him by every means." The gods murmured their assent. And so Frigg rode through all the worlds, binding everything that lived and grew, every stone, every sickness, every weapon, by oath never to harm Balder. Fire swore it, as did iron, stone, beast, and disease. Trees bent their branches and swore. The earth itself promised no harm to Balder. When Frigg returned, she was certain her son was safe from every peril. To test it, the gods began to amuse themselves in sport. They hurled stones at Balder, struck him with axes, pierced him with spears. Yet nothing could wound him, everything fell aside harmless. The gods laughed and marveled, calling him invulnerable. Balder smiled too, though shadows still haunted his dreams. And in the corner, watching with narrowed eyes, Loki's thoughts darkened. Loki, ever restless, found no joy in Balder's immunity. Where others saw cause for celebration, Loki smelled weakness hidden beneath protection. Disguising himself, he traveled to Fensalar, the hall of Frigg, and sat with her in the guise of an old woman. "What is this marvel I hear?" the crone asked, "that no weapon may harm your shining sun?" Frigg, proud and relieved, answered, "It is true. Every creature and everything in the world has sworn an oath to me, never to harm Balder." "Everything?" the old woman pressed. Frigg hesitated. "All save one. The mistletoe was too young, too small. I thought it of no threat, and so I did not ask it." Loki's smile beneath his disguise was sharp as a knife. When he left Fensalar, he sought out the mistletoe in the deep woods. He plucked a sprig, slender but firm, and with his cunning hands shaped it into a dart. Back in Asgard, the gods still amused themselves with their strange sport, casting weapons at Balder, who stood laughing as they fell harmlessly away. Even Odin, though heavy of heart, could not deny his son's radiance when unharmed. Loki approached the gathering, mistletoe dart hidden in his cloak. He saw Hr, Balder's blind brother, standing apart, sorrow on his face. "Why do you not join the game?" Loki asked, feigning kindness. "I have no sight," Hr said bitterly, "and no weapon to throw." "Then let me aid you," said Loki smoothly. "I will guide your hand, and you shall honor your brother as the rest have done." He placed the dart of mistletoe in Hr's grasp, positioned his aim, and whispered, "Throw." The dart flew. It pierced Balder's breast. The god of light staggered, his smile fading, and with a cry he fell upon the ground. Silence crushed the air. No laughter, no music, only horror. The unthinkable had happened. Balder the beloved lay dead. The gods rushed to him, but nothing could rouse him. Odin's face was carved with grief, Frigg's cries shook the halls, and even Thor struck the ground in fury, his hammer useless against death. Never had the Aesir felt such despair. For Balder was not only their brother and friend, he was the hope of all creation. His death was more than loss. It was the first true sign that the prophecy would come to pass. They carried Balder's body to the sea. There his ship Ringhorni, greatest of all vessels, was drawn to the shore. The gods meant to lay him upon it and set it aflame as his funeral pyre. Yet the ship was so vast they could not move it. Only with the strength of the giantess Hyrrokin, who came riding a wolf with snakes for reins, did the ship finally slide into the sea. They laid Balder upon it, adorned with treasures and weapons, his horse beside him. His wife Nanna, stricken with grief, collapsed and died, and she too was placed upon the pyre. Flames roared, the ship drifted into the horizon, and all the worlds wept. Even the stones and trees, even metals and beasts, shed tears for Balder. All wept, save one. Odin would not yield his son to hell without contest. He sent his other son, Hermr the Bold, to ride to the underworld. Hermr mounted Sleipnir, Odin's eight-legged steed, and journeyed 9 nights through darkness, deeper and deeper until he came to the halls of hell. There sat Balder, pale yet unbroken, seated in honor at Hell's side. Hermr begged the death goddess for his brother's return. Hel listened, and at last she spoke. If all things weep for Balder, then he may return to the halls of the living. But if any refuse, then here he shall stay. The gods sent messengers through the worlds, and all wept as asked. Stones wept, trees wept, even iron wept. But when they came to a cave, they found an old giantess named Thok. She sat in shadow, unmoved. Thok will weep dry tears, she said coldly. Balder gave me no joy in life, nor shall he in death. Let Hel keep what she has. The messengers departed in sorrow. But they knew and whispered among themselves that Thok was Loki in disguise. Thus Balder remained in Hel's realm beyond recall, until the doom of Ragnarok. Balder's death had broken Asgard. Laughter was muted, feasts hollow, and the halls of the gods seemed dim. Yet Odin's grief was not only for his son, it was for the certainty that fate was now unfolding in earnest. The All-Father was haunted by one truth: the gods were bound by destiny, and he feared that all their might would not prevent what the seeress had foretold. He sought wisdom beyond the grasp of any other, even if it cost him pain or blood. For Odin knew this: power wins battles, but only knowledge might shape the end. Beneath one root of Yggdrasil, far in the land of the frost giants, lay Mimir's well, a spring of immeasurable wisdom. To drink from it was to gain sight beyond sight, to see into the weaving of fate. But when Odin came to the well, Mimir, its guardian, demanded a price. No drop shall you drink, All-Father, unless you pay with that which you hold most dear. Odin did not hesitate. He plucked out one of his own eyes and placed it into the well. In return he bent down and drank deeply. At once, visions flooded him, echoes of the past, glimpses of the present, and shadows of the end. He saw Fenrir snapping chains, Jormungandr writhing, Surtur's flames sweeping across the worlds. And though his heart clenched, he also glimpsed beyond ruin to a dawn after the fire. The gods laughed and marveled, calling him invulnerable. Balder smiled too, though shadows still haunted his dreams. And in the corner, watching with narrowed eyes, Loki's thoughts darkened. Loki, ever restless, found no joy in Balder's immunity. Where others saw cause for celebration, Loki smelled weakness hidden beneath protection. Disguising himself, he traveled to Fensalar, the hall of Frigg, and sat with her in the guise of an old woman. "What is this marvel I hear?" the crone asked, "that no weapon may harm your shining sun?" Frigg, proud and relieved, answered, "It is true. Every creature and everything in the world has sworn an oath to me, never to harm Balder." "Everything?" the old woman pressed. Frigg hesitated. "All save one. The mistletoe was too young, too small. I thought it of no threat, and so I did not ask it." Loki's smile beneath his disguise was sharp as a knife. When he left Fensalar, he sought out the mistletoe in the deep woods. He plucked a sprig, slender but firm, and with his cunning hands shaped it into a dart. Back in Asgard, the gods still amused themselves with their strange sport, casting weapons at Balder, who stood laughing as they fell harmlessly away. Even Odin, though heavy of heart, could not deny his son's radiance when unharmed. Loki approached the gathering, mistletoe dart hidden in his cloak. He saw Hr, Balder's blind brother, standing apart, sorrow on his face. "Why do you not join the game?" Loki asked, feigning kindness. "I have no sight," Hr said bitterly, "and no weapon to throw." "Then let me aid you," said Loki smoothly. "I will guide your hand, and you shall honor your brother as the rest have done." He placed the dart of mistletoe in Hr's grasp, positioned his aim, and whispered, "Throw." The dart flew. It pierced Baldur's breast. The god of light staggered, his smile fading, and with a cry he fell upon the ground. Silence crushed the air. No laughter, no music, only horror. The unthinkable had happened. Baldur the beloved lay dead. The gods rushed to him, but nothing could rouse him. Odin's face was carved with grief, Frigg's cries shook the halls, and even Thor struck the ground in fury, his hammer useless against death. Never had the Aesir felt such despair. For Baldur was not only their brother and friend, he was the hope of all creation. His death was more than loss, it was the first true sign that the prophecy would come to pass. They carried Baldur's body to the sea. There his ship Ringhorni, greatest of all vessels, was drawn to the shore. The gods meant to lay him upon it and set it aflame as his funeral pyre. Yet the ship was so vast they could not move it. Only with the strength of the giantess Hyrrokin, who came riding a wolf with snakes for reins, did the ship finally slide into the sea. They laid Baldur upon it, adorned with treasures and weapons, his horse beside him. His wife Nanna, stricken with grief, collapsed and died, and she too was placed upon the pyre. Flames roared, the ship drifted into the horizon, and all the worlds wept. Even the stones and trees, even metals and beasts, shed tears for Baldur. All wept, save one. Odin would not yield his son to hell without contest. He sent his other son, Hermr the Bold, to ride to the underworld. Hermr mounted Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged steed, and journeyed 9 nights through darkness, deeper and deeper until he came to the halls of hell. There sat Baldur, pale yet unbroken, seated in honor at hell's side. Hermr begged the death goddess for his brother's return. Hell listened, and at last she spoke. If all things weep for Baldur, then he may return to the halls of the living. But if any refuse, then here he shall stay. The gods sent messengers through the worlds, and all wept as asked. Stones wept, trees wept, even iron wept. But when they came to a cave, they found an old giantess named Thok. She sat in shadow, unmoved. Thok will weep dry tears, she said coldly. Baldur gave me no joy in life, nor shall he in death. Let hell keep what she has. The messengers departed in sorrow. But they knew and whispered among themselves that Thok was Loki in disguise. Thus Baldur remained in Hell's realm beyond recall, until the doom of Ragnarok. Baldur's death had broken Asgard. Laughter was muted, feasts hollow, and the halls of the gods seemed dim. Yet Odin's grief was not only for his son, it was for the certainty that fate was now unfolding in earnest. The All-Father was haunted by one truth. The gods were bound by destiny, and he feared that all their might would not prevent what the seeress had foretold. He sought wisdom beyond the grasp of any other, even if it cost him pain or blood. For Odin knew this: power wins battles, but only knowledge might shape the end. Beneath one root of Yggdrasil, far in the land of the frost giants, lay Mimir's well, a spring of immeasurable wisdom. To drink from it was to gain sight beyond sight, to see into the weaving of fate. But when Odin came to the well, Mimir, its guardian, demanded a price. No drop shall you drink, All-Father, unless you pay with that which you hold most dear. Odin did not hesitate. He plucked out one of his own eyes and placed it into the well. In return he bent down and drank deeply. At once, visions flooded him, echoes of the past, glimpses of the present, and shadows of the end. He saw Fenrir snapping chains, Jormungandr writhing, Surtur's flames sweeping across the worlds. And though his heart clenched, he also glimpsed beyond ruin to a dawn after the fire. His wife Sigyn alone remained faithful. She stood beside him, holding a bowl to catch the venom. When the bowl filled, she turned away to empty it, and in that moment the drops fell upon Loki's face. He writhed in agony, twisting so fiercely that the earth itself trembled. Thus came earthquakes to the world. There he lay, bound and suffering, until the end of days, when the bonds would break and he would rise again to lead the enemies of the gods. As Loki endured his torment, Yggdrasil groaned beneath the weight of fate. Enigir gnawed at its roots, and the eagle above beat its wings in fury. Ratatosk the squirrel carried ever more venomous words between them, spreading malice. Strange portents appeared. Springs that once flowed clear now ran red. The sky was streaked with fire. Mortals trembled beneath storms that seemed unnatural, and wise men muttered that the end was drawing near. The Norns wove their threads ever faster, as though the loom itself rushed toward some great climax. Odin watched, powerless to halt their hands. Then came a chill unlike any before. Snow fell where once flowers had bloomed, and rivers froze where once they rushed. The sun seemed dimmer, the days shorter, and the nights long and merciless. At first men thought it was but a hard season. Yet the winter did not end. A year passed and another, and still snow lay heavy. The Fimbulwinter had begun, 3 winters without summer. Across Midgard, kin turned upon kin. Brothers slew brothers, fathers betrayed sons, and the bonds of oaths were broken. Wolves prowled openly and famine spread. The gods looked on, and even Thor's heart was heavy, for he saw men killing one another not for glory, but for hunger and despair. Above, the wolves of the sky drew nearer to their prey. Skoll, who chased the sun, licked the heels of its fire. Hati, who hunted the moon, leapt ever higher in the night. Each day they crept closer, and the light of the world grew thin. Heimdall heard their howls echoing through the heavens, and he tightened his hand upon Gyllerhorn, his great horn of warning. When I sound this, he told the gods, the end shall begin. Odin nodded but said nothing. He had seen it in visions already. The wolves would devour sun and moon, and stars would vanish from the sky. In Asgard, silence grew. No more did the gods laugh with the carefree joy of old. They trained, they armed themselves, they whispered of omens. Thor spoke openly of his desire to end Jormungandr once and for all, but Odin forbade him. The time is not yet. You will face him when fate decrees it, not before. Tyr sharpened his sword with his one hand, murmuring that the bonds of Fenrir would not last forever. Frey stood uneasy, for he had long ago given away his mighty sword for love of the giantess Geir, and he knew that when the flames of Surtur came, he would stand defenseless. Frigg still wept in her halls for Balder, her grief unending. Some said her tears fell as dew upon Midgard each morning. And Loki, chained in his cavern, twisted in pain yet smiled through bloodied lips. For he knew, the day would come when the bonds broke, when his children rose, and when vengeance would fall upon the halls of the gods. The Fimbulwinter deepened. Year after year, snow fell unceasingly. Frost choked the rivers, mountains split beneath the weight of ice, and the sea grew thick with drifting floes. Mortals who once sang of spring and harvest now muttered curses to empty skies. Fields lay barren, flocks perished, and men fought one another over scraps of food. The warmth of hearths faded as wood grew scarce, and villages turned upon villages. Once proud kingdoms fell into ruin, their halls echoing only with screams and silence. The seeresses had spoken true. Bonds of kinship broke first, then oaths, then all mercy. Brother slew brother, father struck down son, and mothers abandoned children to the wolves. Odin watched from his high seat in Valaskjaf. His heart was heavy, yet he did not intervene. For this too was written. At last the long chase ended. Skoll caught the sun, his jaws snapping shut around the fiery orb. Day vanished in a scream of sparks. Then Hati leapt upon the moon, devouring its silver light. Night fell eternal, the stars flickering out as though drowned in black water. The heavens themselves seemed to collapse. From every corner came omens, red fire streaks through the sky, thunder without lightning, and cries of beasts no man had ever heard. Men and women fell upon the ground, weeping, praying, but no prayers reached the gods. For the gods themselves knew that the last age had begun. Far beneath the blackened waves, the coils of Jormungandr began to thrash. The ocean rose, swallowing coasts and ships alike. Foul vapors rose from the serpent's breath, poisoning sea and sky. Fishermen who dared the waters told of monstrous shapes gliding beneath them, of scales like mountains, of eyes glowing like green fire in the abyss. Then even the bravest dared not set sail, for the seas had become the serpent's domain. Thor sat in Bilskirnir, his great hall, his hammer upon his knees. He did not laugh, he did not feast. His eyes burned with stormlight, for he knew the serpent that had slipped from his grasp would rise against him when the end came. In the desolate place of his imprisonment, Fenrir strained against Gleipnir. 4 long ages he had endured, hatred swelling in his breast, his eyes burning with fire. At last, the ribbon that no force should break began to fray. The sound was like thunder cracking mountains. One strand then another snapped. With a roar that split the heavens, Fenrir tore free. The earth quaked, mountains shattered, and the river Van boiled with his fury. His jaws gaped wide, stretching from earth to sky, and flames burned within his throat. He howled a vow that he would find Odin and devour him, even if all the worlds burned in his path. In Muspelheim, Surtur rose from his throne of flame. His sword, brighter than the sun, blazed in his hand. At his call, the fire giants stirred, their armor glowing red-hot, their eyes molten with hatred. The skies over Muspelheim split open as the sons of fire marched forth. The Bifrost bridge shuddered under their steps, glowing and cracking beneath their heat. The gods saw them coming and trembled, for Surtur's blade was the fire that would consume the world. The Norns wove faster still, their loom clattering like thunder. The threads grew tangled, knotted, fraying at the edges. Even Yggdrasil groaned, its leaves withering, its bark splitting. In Hel's dark realm, Baldur sat in silence, waiting. Beside him shadows stirred, for the dead themselves knew the world was collapsing. On the shores of Midgard, mortals watched the seas rise, the sky break, and the earth bleed fire. Some clung to their gods, some cursed them, some simply fell to their knees in despair. And in the heart of Asgard, Odin stood upon Hlidskjaf, his high seat, his single eye gazing across all the 9 realms. He had sought wisdom, fought fate, sacrificed beyond measure, but now he saw clearly. Nothing could avert what was to come. Ragnarok was no longer a prophecy. It was rising. The All-Father called the Aesir together in Gladsheim. They gathered, Thor fierce as storm clouds, Tyr grim but resolute, Frey restless and unarmed, Heimdall silent upon Gyllerhorn, Frigg pale with grief, and many others. "My children," Odin said, his voice heavy, "the hour we have long feared is at hand. The wolves devour the sky, the serpent rises, the wolf is free, and fire marches from the south. Soon Heimdall shall sound his horn, and the plain of Vigrid will run with blood. We shall not escape our fate. Yet we shall meet it with honor. Each of you knows your doom, for it has been spoken. But even in death, let us give battle such as the worlds have never seen. For though we fall, the cycle will not end with us. From ruin shall rise new life and perhaps new gods. Let us carve such memory into the fabric of time that the next age will know, we were here and we did not yield. The gods rose, weapons in hand, their faces hard with resolve. They did not cheer, for there was no triumph to be won, only courage to be shown. Thor lifted Mjolnir and thunder roared. Heimdall touched his horn but did not yet sound it. The silence before the storm hung heavy. Odin looked to the horizon, where the first flames of Muspelheim touched the edge of the sky, and he whispered, "So it begins." The great winter did not relent. Snow-covered fields that once grew golden wheat, ice-choked rivers that once sang with fish, and winds howled across Midgard like the cries of wolves. Year after year passed, 3 winters without a summer. No green bud pierced the frost, no lamb was born, no fruit ripened. Mortals shivered in dark halls, their fires dwindling to embers. Hunger hollowed their cheeks and fear sharpened their eyes. The world itself seemed to turn against them. Wolves prowled brazenly through villages, storms crushed ships, and the night sky glowed with strange red fire. Yet worse than famine and cold was what grew in men's hearts. For the prophecy had spoken true. Bonds of kinship rotted first, and soon blood flowed between brothers. The once mighty kingdoms of Midgard fell into chaos. Kings turned upon their kin, sons rose against their fathers, and mothers abandoned their children to the storm. Oaths were broken, and where once men had gathered in fellowship, they now gathered in warbands. Across the frozen plains, steel clashed and screams rose. Villages burned not from warmth but from spite. Men fought not for glory, nor for gods, but for scraps of food and fleeting vengeance. This was not the noble battle that Odin welcomed to Valhalla. These were wars of despair, without honor, without meaning. The Einherjar, the slain heroes who dwelt in Valhalla, watched from afar, grim and silent. For the world of men was devouring itself before Ragnarok had even begun. In Asgard the gods looked on powerless. Odin sat upon Hlidskjalf, seeing every slaughter, every betrayal, his single eye dim with sorrow. Thor paced Bilskirnir like a caged storm, yearning to strike down the chaos, yet knowing the true enemy was still to rise. "Why do we wait?" he thundered. "Let me loose against the giants, against the serpent, against the wolf." But Odin shook his head. "Not yet, my son. Fate has not called us. If you strike before your time, the thread may cut short and all will be worse." The words tasted bitter, but Thor obeyed. Still his hammer longed for the clash. Frigg wandered her halls, still weeping for Balder. The gods tried to comfort her, but her grief had grown into silence. Some said her tears froze into morning frost that covered Midgard each dawn. Frey grew restless, for he had given away his sword to win the love of the giantess Geir. He still cherished her, but he knew without his weapon he was fated to fall when Surtur came. His heart was heavy, though he told none. Heimdall alone stood firm, guarding Bifrost, ever watchful. His eyes pierced the long nights, his ears heard the weeping of men, the howls of wolves, the gnashing of chains straining in the dark. He knew the hour would come when he must lift his horn and sound the call, but not yet. In the blackened depths, Jormungandr shifted. The serpent's coils shook the ocean, sending waves crashing upon distant shores. Venom seeped from its maw, rising into the air, carried by storm winds. Crops withered under its taint, beasts died in droves, and men who breathed it grew sick with fevers no healer could cure. Thor clenched his hammer, remembering the time he had nearly drawn the serpent up from the sea. His hatred grew with every storm, and he swore that when the end came, he would crush Jormungandr once and for all, even if it cost him his life. Far from Midgard, the freed wolf Fenrir prowled. His steps shattered mountains, his breath set forests aflame. With each stride he grew larger, his shadow blotting out the horizon. His eyes burned like suns, and his jaws yawned wide enough to swallow the sky. Men who glimpsed him fled in terror, but none could outrun his hunger. He devoured herds, armies, and villages, leaving wastelands in his wake. Yet always his gaze turned northward toward Asgard. He hungered for Odin, the one who had bound him. His hate was boundless, his vengeance absolute. From the south, flames flared upon the horizon. In Muspelheim, Surtur stirred, his sword blazing brighter than the sun that no longer shone. He called his fire giants, and their footsteps cracked the earth. The Bifrost bridge trembled under their approach, glowing red beneath their heat. Heimdall tightened his grip upon Gjallarhorn, his teeth clenched. He could not yet sound the horn, for the gods still waited, but the fire pressed closer each day. Mortals in Midgard saw the red glow in the southern skies and knew no sunrise would follow. Even the great ash tree Yggdrasil trembled. Its leaves shriveled, its bark split, and its roots bled sap like tears. Enir gnawed harder at the roots, its hunger endless, while Ratatosk spread venomous words faster than ever. The gods gathered beneath its branches, whispering that if Yggdrasil fell, all 9 realms would collapse. Odin laid his hand upon its bark, whispering runes, but even his spells could not halt the decay. "The end comes," he murmured. "Not even Yggdrasil is beyond the reach of fate." The 9 realms held their breath. Mortals fought their wars, giants stirred, wolves howled, seas boiled, fire burned. Yet a strange hush lingered, as though the worlds themselves waited for one final sound, the blast of Heimdall's horn. The gods armed themselves. Thor polished Mjolnir, Tyr sharpened his blade, Frey trained with spear though his sword was gone, and Odin prepared his steed Sleipnir for war. And in his cavern, bound beneath the earth, Loki writhed in venom, but he laughed still. For he knew his chains would break, and when they did, he would stand at the head of the armies of chaos. Thus the signs gathered, one by one, until all the 9 realms knew. Ragnarok was no longer prophecy. Was coming. From the far reaches of Jotunheim, the land of frost and stone, the giants awoke. They had bided their time since Ymir's fall, nursing ancient grudges against the Aesir. Now, with the sun and moon devoured, with Fimbulwinter howling across the realms, they knew their hour approached. Great mountains moved, but they were not mountains. They were frost giants rising, shaking the ice from their shoulders. Their roars echoed across valleys, splitting glaciers and sending avalanches into the sea. The earth shook as they marched toward Vigrid, the plain of destiny. Yet not only the frost giants rose. From stone and mountain came others. Hill giants, storm giants, all answering the call of the end. And in the south, the fire giants gathered under Surtur's blazing banner. Flame met frost, yet they did not clash. They marched as one, united by hatred of the gods. Upon a jagged peak sat Tuim, lord of the frost giants, his voice like cracking glaciers. He called his kin to council. "The wolves have swallowed the sky," Tuim boomed. The serpent churns the seas. The wolf Fenrir is loosed, and Surtur rises with fire. What need have we to wait? Let us march upon Asgard, tear down its golden halls, and scatter the bones of the gods. The giants roared in assent, shaking the mountains. Their hatred had burned for ages, and now vengeance was at hand. Yet even among them some muttered of fear. For though the gods were doomed, they were still mighty, and the prophecy promised death for giants as well. But none dared speak such words aloud. In Asgard, Odin saw all from his high seat Hlidskjalf. His single eye turned toward Jotunheim, then to Muspelheim, then to the darkened seas. He felt the threads of fate tightening around his throat. Though he had sacrificed much already, wisdom still slipped beyond his grasp. He longed for any knowledge that might give the gods an edge, however slight. Thus Odin mounted Sleipnir once more and rode through shadow and storm to seek counsel from the dead and the damned. He journeyed to the edge of Hel's domain, calling forth ancient seeresses who had once spoken truth. "Tell me," he demanded, "how may I save my kin from the doom that comes?" But the dead gave him no hope. "The wolf will devour you all, father," they whispered. "The serpent will slay your son. Fire will consume all. This cannot be unmade." Still Odin pressed on. He sought out even the wisdom of the head of Mimir, which he carried with him, preserved by spells. From that severed head he begged secrets, runes, and counsel. Mimir gave what he could, yet even he said, "The end is fixed. What remains to you is how you meet it." Odin returned, grim but unyielding. If he could not escape fate, he would shape the battle that was to come. The Aesir, once radiant in confidence, now felt the weight of fear. They still feasted, still rode out in hunts and contests, yet their laughter rang hollow. Thor alone blazed like storm fire, unshaken. "Let them come," he shouted. "Serpent, wolf, or giant, it matters not. Mjolnir will crush them all." His voice gave strength to others, though in their hearts they knew even Thor's doom had been spoken. Frey grew restless, often staring at the empty place where his sword had once hung. He practiced with spear and axe, but none carried the same might. He confided to no one that he dreamed each night of Surtur's blazing sword cutting him down. Tyr, ever steadfast, honed his blade with his one good hand. "I will face the beast Garm," he said simply, "and if it slays me, then so be it." His calm steadied the halls, though his fate too was sealed. Heimdall kept to his post at Bifrost, eyes never closing. He did not speak of fear, yet his silence grew heavier each day. The Gyllerhorn rested at his side, and all knew, when it sounded, there would be no turning back. Even Odin himself, though resolute, carried grief that weighed upon his shoulders like a mountain. Each night he dreamed of Fenrir's jaws closing over him, of darkness swallowing his sight. Yet he rose each morning and hid the dread within his cloak. The great ash tree groaned louder with each passing day. Its roots bled sap like fire, its leaves blackened and fell, and beneath it the Norns wove without pause. The gods often gathered there, staring at the weaving threads, hoping to see some glimmer of hope in their pattern. But the Norns spoke little. Verdandi murmured once, "Your end is near, but so too is your legacy." And Skuld whispered, "The cycle turns, and even death is but a shadow before dawn." Yet these words gave little comfort. For what hero thinks of legacy when doom is at the door? Every realm felt the tightening noose. In Midgard, men slaughtered one another, their numbers dwindling. In Alfheim, the light elves grew dim, their laughter fading, their songs stilled. In Svartalfheim the dwarves forged weapons, though they knew no steel could halt fate. In Helheim the dead stirred restlessly, whispering Baldur's name. In Muspelheim fire seethed louder each day. In Jotunheim the giants sharpened their axes and raised banners of war. The universe itself seemed to lean toward one point, as though all paths converged upon a single battlefield. Vigrid, the plain where gods and monsters would clash. One night, Odin called the gods together in Gladsheim once more. His voice was steady, though sorrow darkened his eye. My children, the storm draws near. The giants march, the wolf prowls, the serpent thrashes, and the fire burns. You know your fates, and so do I. None of us will live to see another age. A hush fell. The gods looked to one another, their faces hard but proud. But hear me, Odin continued. Though we fall, let us fall in glory. Let us give such battle that the ages to come will speak of us. For the seeress has spoken, from the ashes will rise a new world. And in that world, our name shall not be forgotten. Thor slammed his hammer upon the table, sparks flying. So be it. If death is fated, I will greet it with thunder. Tyr nodded, Frey bowed his head, and Heimdall's hand brushed his horn. Even Frigg, though silent, raised her eyes, and in them shone sorrow, but also strength. Thus the gods prepared, not for victory but for valor. And the 9 realms trembled, for the hour was almost come. Far beneath the earth, in the cavern where he had long suffered, Loki writhed. Venom dripped from the serpent above, burning his flesh, twisting his face in agony. Sigyn, ever faithful, caught what she could in her bowl, yet even her love could not hold back every drop. 4 ages he had lain there, bound with his son's entrails, mocked by the laughter of the gods, cursed by mortals who blamed him for Baldur's death. But in his pain Loki's hatred had sharpened, his cunning had grown keener, and his heart had hardened into steel. Then came the shaking of the earth, the groaning of Yggdrasil, the roar of Fenrir freed, the storm stirred by Jormungandr. The cavern itself cracked, and with a scream that echoed like the shattering of the sky, Loki's bonds split. He rose, scarred and furious, his eyes burning like twin coals. No longer the sly trickster of old, he was now vengeance given flesh. Sigyn reached for him, but Loki turned away. The time of love is past. Now comes the time of war. And with that, he strode from the cavern, his laughter ringing like knives. In the north, the gates of Helheim creaked open. From the realm of the dead came a tide of shadows, legions of those who had died not in valor, but in sickness, age, or disgrace. At their head rode Hel herself, half maiden, half corpse, her face both beautiful and hideous. She raised her hand, and the dead surged forward like a black river. With them sailed Naglfar, the ship made from the nails of the dead. Its hull was vast, its sails black as night, and it rode not upon water but upon waves of despair. At its prow stood Loki, commander of the damned. His laughter carried across the seas, and even the bravest hearts quailed. The armies of Hel sailed toward the plain of Vigrid, where the last battle awaited. From the seas rose Jormungandr, thrashing its endless coils. Its body broke mountains, its venom spilled into the air, and storms followed wherever it writhed. Its roar was thunder, its breath poison, its eyes beacons of doom. Upon the land stalked Fenrir, each step shattering valleys. His jaws gaped wider and wider, until they stretched from the earth to the sky, fire and darkness pouring from within. His hunger was endless, his hate boundless. Behind them marched the giants, frost and fire together, their roars shaking the 9 realms. At their head blazed Surtur, his sword a flame that would swallow heaven and earth. In Asgard the Aesir gathered. Odin rode forth upon Sleipnir, his spear Gungnir in hand, its tip forged never to miss. He looked upon his warriors, the Einherjar, heroes gathered from 1,000 years of battle, who had feasted in Valhalla waiting for this day. Their shields shone like suns, their spears bristled like forests, and their voices thundered as one. Thor stood at their side, Mjolnir in hand, his eyes filled with storm. Tyr, grim and steady, prepared his sword. Frey held his antlered spear, though sorrow lay in his gaze, for he knew the prophecy, that without his lost sword, he would fall to Surtur. Heimdall stood upon Bifrost, watchful, the horn Gjallarhorn resting against his lips. He heard the tramp of giants, the crash of waves, the growls of wolves, and the whispers of the Norns weaving faster and faster. The 9 realms fell silent. Mortals in Midgard cowered, their eyes turned to the skies lit by fire. The elves of Alfheim sang no more, the dwarves ceased their hammers, even the dead in hell paused as though awaiting command. Odin looked to Heimdall and nodded. The watcher's hand tightened upon the horn. His breath swelled in his chest and time itself seemed to hold still. Then the sound came, deep, vast, a roar that shook every corner of creation. Gjallarhorn had sounded. The earth split, the sky cracked, the seas boiled, and all the 9 realms knew Ragnarok had begun. The horn of Heimdall still echoed across the 9 realms when the armies of chaos moved. From the north, the frost giants thundered forth, their weapons forged of ice older than mountains, their breath chilling the air. Their banners whipped like storms and their roars made glaciers split. From the south came the fire giants, a tide of flame pouring from Muspelheim. At their head strode Surtur, taller than mountains, his sword blazing brighter than any star, a light of death. Wherever he passed, the earth split and burned, rivers boiled, and forests became ash. Across the sea came Naglfar, the ship of nails, its black sails swollen with the winds of despair. Loki stood upon its prow, his laughter cutting sharper than swords. Behind him marched the legions of the dead, an army without end, their hollow eyes fixed upon Asgard. And in their wake slithered Jormungandr, the world serpent, rising higher than mountains, its venom dripping into the sea and sky alike. Upon the land strode Fenrir, his steps shaking the world. His jaws gaped so wide they scraped the sky, fire burning in his throat, darkness seething in his belly. He devoured all in his path, not for hunger but for hate. Toward the plain of Vigrid they came, a plain so vast it stretched 100 leagues in every direction. There fate awaited. In Asgard the gods prepared for their last ride. The Einherjar, chosen dead of 1,000 battlefields, marched from Valhalla with shields shining, spears lifted. Their voices roared in unison, a sound to rival thunder. They had trained, feasted, and fought each day in Odin's hall for this moment, and now their time had come. Thor led them forth, Mjolnir in hand, lightning flickering in his eyes. His presence was a storm walking among men. Tyr strode beside him, his one hand upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze steady and unflinching. Frey held his golden bright helm and antlered spear, though sorrow shadowed him, for he alone knew how his doom must come. Heimdall, watchful as ever, prepared for the clash with Loki, his old enemy. Frigg, pale but proud, stood upon the walls of Asgard, her hands raised in blessing, her heart still broken for Baldur. And Odin, All-Father, one-eyed wanderer, lord of the slain, mounted Sleipnir, his 8-legged steed. In his hand he bore Gungnir, the spear that never missed. His cloak whipped in the wind, his wide-brimmed hat shadowed his scarred face, and in his eye burned both sorrow and defiance. Before leading his host to battle, Odin turned once more to Mimir's head, which he kept hidden, preserved by spells of old. He rode alone to a quiet place and whispered, "Old friend, wise keeper of secrets, tell me what hope remains?" Mimir's eyes, clouded with ancient knowledge, opened. His voice was like water dripping in caverns. "No hope of victory, Allfather. You know this. Fenrir waits for you and his jaws will end you. Thor will slay the serpent but fall in turn. Tyr and Garm shall kill one another. Frey will be cut down by Surtur's fire. Heimdall and Loki shall meet in death together. And after, Surtur's flames will sweep the worlds to ash." Odin lowered his head, the weight of fate heavy upon him. "And yet, after?" Mimir's voice softened. "After, the ash shall clear. The earth shall rise green again from the sea. 2 humans shall live to begin anew. And Baldur, your son, shall return from hell to walk among gods once more." At that, Odin closed his eye. A tear fell, though none but Sleipnir saw it. "Then so be it. If I must die to make way for the dawn, I will. But before the wolf devours me, let him taste the spear of Gungnir." He placed Mimir's head back within its wrappings, mounted Sleipnir and rode to join his host. The Bifrost Bridge, shimmering rainbow of the worlds, trembled beneath the weight of the army of gods and the Einherjar. Flames licked at its edges, for the fire giant's heat was near, and Heimdall knew it would soon break. But the gods rode proudly across, their armor gleaming, their weapons lifted high. The Einherjar sang battle hymns, their voices echoing against the broken sky. Mortals who still lived in Midgard saw them ride and fell to their knees, crying out prayers and curses alike. For all knew this was the last march of the gods. And so they came to the plain of Vigrid, where already the enemy gathered. Giants in their thousands, the serpent coiled like a mountain, Fenrir looming vast, the dead like a sea of shadows, Loki grinning with madness, and Surtur blazing at the head of fire. Between them and Asgard's host stretched a silence heavy as death. Odin raised Gungnir and cried out, "Here we stand, children of Ymir. Here we stand, serpent and wolf, fire and death. You seek the end of the gods, come then and take it if you dare. But know this, though we fall we shall not fall alone. Your blood shall soak the earth beside ours." His words carried across the plain, and the Einherjar roared, beating their shields. Thor raised Mjolnir high, lightning flashing across the storm-dark sky. Fenrir answered with a howl that shook the worlds. Jormungandr hissed, venom steaming in the air. Surtur lifted his blazing sword, a second sun in the darkness. Loki raised his arms, his laughter sharp as glass. And in that silence, both armies waited for the first step, the first clash, the first blow that would begin the end. The hosts of Asgard thundered across the rainbow bridge, armor gleaming in the dimming light. Beneath their feet the colors of Bifrost shivered, strained by the weight of gods, heroes, and doom itself. From the south the fire giants advanced, their heat unbearable, flames licking sky and ground alike. When they set foot upon the bridge, its colors cracked, splintering like glass under fire. With a scream that echoed across the 9 realms, Bifrost shattered. Shards of light rained into the void. The bridge between worlds was gone, and the armies of Muspelheim poured into the heart of creation. Heimdall, standing at the ruins, tightened his grip upon Gjallarhorn. "So it begins," he murmured. The plain of Vigrid shook as the two hosts met. Einherjar against the dead, frost against fire, gods against giants. Shields rang, spears splintered, swords flashed. The sky itself seemed to bend under the weight of the clash. The cries of the fallen rose like a storm, mingled with roars of beasts and the hiss of venom. Thor waded into the fray, Mjolnir rising and falling like thunder. Each blow crushed a giant, shattered a line of foes, hurled shadows back into the sea of the dead. Lightning arced from his hammer, splitting the blackened sky. Tyr faced the beast Garm, jaws slavering, eyes red with fury. They circled, clashed, tore at one another, their duel fierce and terrible. Frey fought bravely against the fire giants, his antlered spear flashing, yet already he looked toward Surtur, knowing his hour approached. The Einherjar fell in droves, yet rose again and again, for they had waited for this day since their first deaths. Their voices rose in war songs, defying despair. From the sea surged Jormungandr, rising higher than mountains, its coils crushing ships and shores alike. Its venom rained upon the battlefield, burning flesh, poisoning air and water. Thor saw it and roared, his storm booming in reply. He waded through armies, seeking the serpent, his hammer blazing. The serpent hissed, its breath choking, and the two locked eyes across the field. Their doom was near but not yet. Then came Fenrir, vast beyond measure, his jaws yawning from earth to heaven. His breath was fire, his eyes twin suns of hate. He crushed giants and men alike beneath his paws, for all were nothing to him but obstacles on his path to Odin. Odin spurred Sleipnir forward, his spear gleaming. He did not shrink from the wolf. "Here I stand, beast," he cried. "Come and take me if you can." Fenrir howled, a sound that tore the sky apart, and charged. Amidst the chaos, Surtur raised his flaming sword, brighter than the sun, and the heat of it seared all flesh. With one stroke he split the ranks of the Einherjar, with another he set the very air aflame. His laughter was a furnace, his shadow a burning night. Frey saw him and knew his fate had come. With no sword to match Surtur's fire, he clenched his spear and strode to meet him, unafraid. For though he knew death was certain, honor demanded he stand. In the thick of battle, Odin raised his voice above the clash. "Stand firm, sons of men. Stand, Einherjar, chosen of Valhalla. Today we write the end of the age, and though death take us all, let it be said we fell as gods, not as cowards. Fight. Fight, and let the world itself remember." The Einherjar roared, striking their shields, and surged into the enemy once more. The field of Vigrid was chaos. Lightning, fire, venom, blood. The serpent rose, the wolf charged, the giants thundered, and the gods stood defiant. Above them all, Yggdrasil groaned, its branches splitting, its roots bleeding sap into the earth. The Norns wove faster, their looms sparking as threads snapped. The sky split wider with each passing breath. And though no god spoke it aloud, all knew, the age of the world was ending and Ragnarok was upon them. The plain of Vigrid shook beneath the weight of gods, giants, beasts, and the dead. The sound was beyond battle. It was the roar of worlds colliding, the grinding of fate itself. The sky above was fire and ash, the earth below a mire of blood and venom. Lightning cracked, flames surged, the sea boiled at the serpent's rise, and all creation seemed to scream. The Einherjar fought with unbreakable valor, clashing with the endless dead of hell. Every time one fell, another stepped into his place, and their war cries rang like thunder. But the gods knew this was not a battle for armies. This was a battle of champions, of doom long foretold. And so, one by one, gods and monsters sought each other out. Thor's eyes locked upon Jormungandr, whose coils crushed the shore, whose breath poisoned sky and sea. Lightning crackled across the thunder god's shoulders, Mjolnir blazing in his hand. He waded through armies, each swing of his hammer scattering foes like leaves in a storm. Giants fell, the dead dissolved, shadows broke. But Thor did not stop. His eyes burned only for the serpent. Jormungandr reared high, its maw gaping, venom pouring. It hissed, a sound like mountains collapsing, and struck. Thor leapt to meet it, hammer raised, thunder exploding around him. The first blow cracked against the serpent's skull, shaking the sea itself. The serpent thrashed, its coils smashing legions of warriors, its tail breaking the ground as though the earth itself were a toy. Again and again Thor struck, each blow louder than storms, brighter than lightning. The serpent's venom poured upon him, burning flesh, choking air, yet still he fought, unyielding. Their duel raged like storm and sea, the plain of Vigrid trembling with every clash. Elsewhere Odin faced his doom. Fenrir, vast beyond measure, charged like a storm of fire and shadow, his jaws stretched wide enough to devour the sky. The All-Father spurred Sleipnir forward, Gungnir raised high. His cloak snapped in the wind, his single eye burned with grim resolve. Come then, beast, taste the spear of the gods. He hurled Gungnir. The spear, forged to never miss, struck deep into Fenrir's hide. The wolf roared, blood burning as it spilled, yet he did not falter. He lunged, his jaws closing over Odin. For a moment, Sleipnir reared, Odin's hand lifted against the darkness, but then the wolf's fangs sank. The All-Father vanished within Fenrir's maw, devoured before the eyes of gods and men. The world shook with the loss. A cry rose from the Aesir, a wail of grief and rage. Their king was gone. But the tale was not yet ended, for Odin's son Vidar strode forth. Silent and grim, Vidar had waited long for this hour. Upon his foot he wore a great boot, crafted from the scraps of every shoe ever given by mortals. Stronger than any chain, thicker than mountains, it was his weapon against the wolf. He leapt upon Fenrir, planting his boot upon the beast's lower jaw. With one hand he seized the upper, with the other he drove his blade deep into the wolf's throat. The jaws of Fenrir strained, fire and blood pouring forth, but Vidar pressed harder, tearing the wolf apart. With a final heave he split its mouth wide, ripping the monster in two. Thus Vidar avenged his father, though the victory was bitter, for Odin was lost. Not far away tear-faced Garm, the hound of hell. The beast lunged, chains snapping as it tore into the god. Tyr met it with sword and shield, his one hand steady, his eyes resolute. They clashed in a frenzy, god and beast tearing, rending, biting, striking. The plain around them was churned to mud and blood. At last, Tyr drove his sword through Garm's heart. The beast howled and struck in its death throes, tearing Tyr's flesh. Both collapsed together, lifeless, their blood mingling. So passed the god of justice, faithful to the end. At the center of the battlefield blazed Surtur, his flaming sword cleaving through ranks like wheat before a scythe. His laughter was fire, his shadow consuming. Then stood before him Frey, lord of harvest and peace, now warrior doomed. He raised his antlered spear, his armor gleaming, his face steady though sorrowful. Surtur, he said, his voice ringing above the flames, though I gave away my sword for love, I shall not flee. Strike me down if you can, but know that I stood against you. Surtur's fire roared in answer. The two clashed, spear against sword, flame against steel. Frey struck fiercely, driving Surtur back for a time, his courage shining brighter than gold. But without his sword he could not prevail. At last Surtur's blade cut deep, fire-searing flesh and bone. Frey fell, his body consumed in flame. Surtur lifted his sword high, and the fire leapt higher still, spreading across the battlefield. Thor's hammer clashed again and again against the skull of Jormungandr, each strike splitting the air with thunder. The serpent writhed, its coils crushing giants and corpses alike, its venom pouring in rivers, choking the field of Vigrid. At last Thor struck with all his might, Mjolnir blazing like the heart of a storm. The hammer cracked into the serpent's head, and with a final shriek that split sea and sky, Jormungandr collapsed, its body crashing down like a mountain. The ground shook, the seas roared, the battlefield drowned in its coils. The world serpent was slain. Thor staggered, his chest heaving, his face blackened with venom. He took 9 steps, each heavier than the last. Then the poison overcame him. He fell to the earth, his hammer slipping from his grasp. So ended Thor, thunder god, protector of men, in victory and in death. Odin's death had already torn a wound in Asgard's host. But when Thor fell, the gods' hearts broke anew. Still they fought, knowing despair meant nothing. Fate drove them forward. Vidar stood grim over the torn corpse of Fenrir, his vengeance complete. He looked across the plain, blood and fire around him, but no triumph shone in his eyes. Only silence. The wolf lay broken, but Odin was gone. Elsewhere, the battlefield was still littered with the corpses of Tyr and Garm. Their duel had ended in mutual ruin. The god of justice had fallen without witnesses, but the Norns marked it in their weaving. His sacrifice, quiet but resolute, was part of the tapestry of the end. Now Surtur strode forth, the fire of his sword reaching higher, brighter, hotter. The air itself seemed to ignite, the sky a dome of flame. His laughter was a furnace, devouring sound, drowning even the clash of armies. The ground split, rivers of molten fire bursting forth. Mountains cracked, forests erupted into flame, seas boiled into steam. His sword cut down giants and gods alike, for none could stand against it. The Einherjar fought bravely, but the fire consumed them. Still they struck, defiant to the end, their shields glowing red before shattering like embers. Above all, Surtur sought destruction, and his march drove the 9 realms toward ruin. Amidst the flames and venom strode Loki, his laughter sharper than swords, his eyes alight with madness. No longer chained, no longer bound, he exulted in chaos. He wove through the battlefield, leading Hell's dead, his voice lifting them higher, stronger, fiercer. He sought out his old foe, the one who had always watched him, Heimdall. At the ruins of Bifrost, Heimdall stood tall, Gjallarhorn in hand, his eyes blazing with light. He had watched Loki's treachery from the beginning, had seen him twist oaths and betray kin. Now, at the end of all things, their paths converged. Loki, Heimdall said, his voice like steel, your tricks end here. And yours, Watcher, Loki sneered, your endless vigilance, your silence, your stillness, today you join me in death. They clashed, blade against blade, light against shadow. Heimdall's strikes were sure, each blow the culmination of ages of watchfulness. Loki's movements were quick, sly, unpredictable, weaving deceit even in battle. They struck again and again, neither yielding. Flames roared around them, the serpent's body still heaving, Fenrir's blood soaking the ground, Thor's corpse lying still. At last both struck true. Heimdall's blade pierced Loki's chest even as Loki struck his heart. They collapsed together, enemies bound in death as in life. The battlefield shook, for with Heimdall's fall, the horn was silenced, and with Loki's death, treachery itself seemed to laugh one last time. As the duels ended, Yggdrasil groaned louder than ever. Its branches split, its roots bled, its trunk shivered. An Ichigurus gnawing shook the tree to its core. The Norns wove frantically, threads snapping, their loom burning with sparks. The tapestry of the age was unraveling faster than they could weave. And above it all, Surtur raised his sword high, preparing to sweep the 9 realms in flame. The battlefield of Vigrid was already drowned in fire, venom, and blood, yet Surtur was not sated. He raised his sword, brighter than the sun, higher than the heavens, and with a roar that split the air, he swept it down. The blade's fire leapt across the plain, igniting all it touched. Giants burned, the dead crumbled to ash, the Einherjar fell screaming but unyielding. Even the gods themselves staggered beneath its light. The sky itself ignited. Clouds turned to flame, stars vanished, constellations shattered. The 9 realms trembled as the fire of Muspelheim spread without end. As fire swept across the land, the corpse of Jormungandr thrashed one final time. Its coils, vast as mountains, split open, spilling venom in torrents. Rivers ran black, seas boiled, fish died in droves, and the oceans themselves frothed into poison. The waves rose higher than mountains, swallowing coastlines, drowning men and beasts alike. Ships broke apart, their crews swept into darkness. The seas were no longer seas, they were death given form, poisoned, burning, churning, until even the ocean was consumed by fire. Above, the heavens broke. The sun and moon were already gone, devoured by Skoll and Hati, yet now even the stars were extinguished. The dome of the sky cracked like glass, shards of darkness falling upon the battlefield. The roots of Yggdrasil groaned, splitting deeper. Its branches withered, leaves falling like ashes, until the great tree itself shivered under the weight of ending. The Norns wove faster, sparks flying from their loom, their hands bleeding. Yet even they could not keep the threads from snapping. The tapestry of the age unraveled, thread by thread, until all that remained was chaos. The gods fought on, though all hope was gone. Vidar, still smeared in Fenrir's blood, struck down giants with silent fury, his blade moving like vengeance itself. Frey lay dead, consumed by flame, yet the Einherjar carried his name upon their lips, striking harder in his memory. Tyr was gone, his body lost to Garm, but the justice of his stand inspired others. Heimdall and Loki lay dead together, their final duel sealing their hatred in eternity. Thor lay still, his hammer fallen beside him, yet the echo of thunder seemed to linger as though his spirit roared still. Odin was gone, swallowed by Fenrir, yet his sons and warriors carried his banner, striking even as the flames consumed them. The battlefield became a vision of the end: fire, blood, venom, ash, silence. At last Surtur raised his sword once more. The flames upon it surged higher than any mountain, wider than any sky. He roared a wordless cry, the voice of Muspelheim, the fire at the heart of creation, and brought the blade down. The sword struck not only the battlefield but the worlds themselves. Midgard split, its lands torn apart, swallowed by seas and fire. Asgard cracked, its golden halls collapsing into dust. Vanaheim, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, all burned. Hell itself trembled, its gates shattering, shadows screaming as the fire reached even the dead. Yggdrasil, the world tree, shuddered one final time, then collapsed, its branches snapping, its roots torn free, its trunk falling into the fire. The 9 realms dissolved into flame, into darkness, into silence. The roar of battle faded. The cries of gods, giants, men, beasts, and shadows fell silent. The fire consumed all, until nothing remained but embers floating in the void. And then, even the embers were gone. The universe returned to what it had once been. A yawning gap, a silence without stars, a void without voice. Yet within that silence, something stirred. For Ragnarok was not only an ending, it was also a beginning. The plain stretched endless in all directions, soaked already with blood, smoke, and fire. Above it, the sky cracked, half consumed by flame, half drowned in darkness. Beneath it, the earth trembled, split by the weight of gods and monsters. At the center rode Odin, All-Father, Lord of Asgard, upon his 8-legged steed Sleipnir. His spear Gungnir gleamed in his hand, runes burning along its shaft, power humming through the air. Opposite him prowled Fenrir, the wolf he had bound long ago. No longer chained, no longer restrained, the beast loomed vast, each step quaking the plain, his fur bristling fire, his eyes like suns of hate. His jaws gaped, stretching from earth to sky, each fang longer than spears, dripping flame and darkness. Around them battle raged, giants clashing with gods, serpent thrashing seas into poison, Surtur's flames splitting mountains. But here at the center, all eyes turned to Odin and Fenrir. For in their clash lay the heart of Ragnarok. Odin raised his spear high, his single eye gleaming with fire. His voice, though heavy with fate, rang clear. Beast of shadow, son of treachery, you have devoured oaths and chains, and now you seek to devour the world. But hear me, Fenrir, before you take me, you shall taste the wrath of the spear that never misses. Fenrir's laugh was a growl that split the air. Old one, you bound me in chains, silenced me in darkness, mocked me with your lies. I have dreamed only of your death, and now I shall savor it. His jaws snapped shut with a sound like thunder, fire spilling from his throat. The ground blackened beneath his paws, the air scorched where he breathed. Odin lowered his spear and Sleipnir pawed the earth. Silence fell for a heartbeat, the stillness before a storm. Then Odin charged. Sleipnir leapt, faster than any steed, his 8 legs carrying him like lightning. Gungnir flew, a streak of light striking Fenrir's chest. The wolf howled, staggering as the runes carved through flesh. Black blood spilled, burning the ground. But Fenrir did not fall. He lunged, jaws gaping, snapping at Odin. Sleipnir darted aside, his hooves striking sparks, but the wolf's teeth closed so near the All-Father that his cloak tore in the wind. Odin struck again, Gungnir flashing, piercing Fenrir's flank. The beast snarled, twisting, his tail smashing the earth, his breath a storm of flame. Odin's cloak caught fire, his armor seared, but still he pressed on. They circled, struck, clashed, god and beast locked in fury. The plain shook with their struggle, the battle around them pausing as warriors, giants, and dead alike turned to watch. At last, Fenrir lunged with all his might. His jaws stretched wider, wider still, until they seemed to split the sky itself. Odin raised Gungnir one final time, driving it deep into the wolf's throat. Fenrir roared, blood pouring like rivers, yet his jaws did not falter. With a snap like the breaking of the world, Fenrir closed his teeth upon Odin. The All-Father vanished into darkness, swallowed whole. Sleipnir screamed, breaking free, but his rider was gone. The earth shook, the sky cracked, the battle froze. Odin was no more. Silence hung only for a moment. Then came a sound, a step. From the ranks of the gods strode Vidar, son of Odin, silent, tall, grim. Upon his foot he wore the boot of legend, crafted through the ages from the cast-off scraps of every shoe made by mortals. Stronger than iron, thicker than stone, it was meant for this moment. Fenrir turned, blood and fire dripping from his jaws, his eyes alight with triumph. But in Vidar's gaze burned no fear, no grief, only purpose. He leapt upon the wolf, driving his boot upon Fenrir's lower jaw, forcing it into the earth. The wolf thrashed, fire and darkness spilling, but Vidar's foot held fast. With one hand he gripped the upper jaw, with the other he drew his blade. He drove it deep into the beast's throat, splitting sinew, tearing flesh, ripping fire from shadow. Fenrir howled, his roar a storm that split the sky. But Vidar pressed harder, his strength unyielding. With a final heave, he tore the wolf apart, jaws rending, body splitting, until Fenrir lay broken upon the ground. The beast was slain. But Odin was gone, and the cost could never be repaid. From the boiling seas, the coils of Jormungandr rose higher than mountains. Its body stretched across the horizon, scales black as night, gleaming with venom. Its eyes glowed green with hatred, its maw wider than ships, its breath poison thick enough to choke the air. Each movement shook the world. Waves crashed inland, drowning warriors. Its tail lashed, flattening forests, breaking mountains. Venom poured like rivers, hissing as it ate through stone, steel, and flesh alike. Across the battlefield, Thor raised Mjolnir, lightning coursing over his arms, storm clouds wreathing his head. His eyes blazed with fury, his heart thundered in his chest. He roared, his voice louder than the storm. Come then, serpent. Today the sea meets the storm, and both shall fall. Thor charged, his hammer blazing, each step shaking the ground. Jormungandr struck downward, its jaws closing like the sky falling. Mjolnir met it with a crack that split the heavens. Lightning flared, blinding, the sound louder than mountains breaking. The serpent recoiled, scales shattering, venom spraying in a deadly arc. The venom fell like rain, burning the ground to black sludge, dissolving men, giants, and beasts alike. Thor's armor smoked, his flesh blistered, but he stood unyielding. He swung again, hammer meeting coil, and the impact hurled the serpent back into the sea. Waves rose like walls, crashing across the plain. Warriors, living and dead, were swept away as though they were leaves. Jormungandr reared again, higher, higher, its body blotting out the horizon. Its roar was thunder, its breath a storm of venom. It lashed, tail striking, jaws snapping, coils crushing. Thor met it blow for blow. His hammer struck scale, bone, flesh. Lightning tore from his strikes, burning holes into the serpent's hide. Thunder roared with each swing, echoing across the 9 realms. Still the serpent pressed, wrapping its coils around him, squeezing with the strength of oceans. Thor strained, muscles tearing, blood streaming. His breath thundered, his rage blazed, and with a roar he broke free, lightning exploding outward, shattering the coils. He struck again, hammer cracking the serpent's skull. Jormungandr shrieked, venom flooding the battlefield, drowning warriors in black poison. Thor staggered, coughing, his lungs burning, but he pressed on. At last, Thor gathered all his strength. Lightning surged around him, storm clouds swirled, thunder boomed. He leapt high, Mjolnir blazing like the heart of creation, and brought it down upon Jormungandr's head. The hammer struck with such force that the serpent's skull split, its body convulsed, its coils collapsing. With a final scream, the serpent fell, crashing into the sea, waves surging higher than mountains, poison spraying like storms. The world shook, the sea boiled, the air burned. Jormungandr was dead. Thor stood, his chest heaving, his body drenched in venom. The hammer slipped from his hand, his strength fading. He staggered one step, then another, each heavier than the last. 9 steps he took, the prophecy written into his very bones. On the 9th his legs failed. He fell to the ground, his face turned to the sky. Lightning flickered one last time across his eyes, then dimmed. The thunder was silenced. The protector of men was gone. But his enemy was slain, and in death, Thor's defiance echoed louder than his storm. At the heart of Vigrid strode Surtur, the fire giant, his sword a sun of living flame. Each swing scorched the battlefield, turning warriors to ash, boiling rivers into steam, and setting the very air ablaze. Giants and men, Einherjar and dead alike, were burned away in his shadow. His laughter was not like any mortal's, it was the sound of a furnace cracking mountains, the roar of worlds collapsing in fire. He was Muspelheim given flesh, and his purpose was clear, to reduce all things to flame. Opposite him came Frey, lord of fertility, harvest, and peace. Yet in his eyes there was no peace now, only sorrow and resolve. He bore no sword, for long ago he had given his enchanted blade away, sacrificing it for love of the giantess Geir. All he carried was his golden bright helm, his shining armor, and an antlered spear, carved from the forest he had once blessed. Frey stood tall before the fire giant, unflinching though flames seared his flesh. His voice carried above the roar of battle. Surtur, I know my fate. I know your fire will consume me as it will consume the world. But hear me now, though I fall, I shall not fall as prey. I shall face you as a god, and let my death be seed for the new world to come. Surtur's sword blazed higher. Foolish god of fields and fruit, what are your harvests to fire? What is your spear to flame? You are nothing but kindling for my blade. Frey raised his weapon. Then strike and let us see. They clashed. Frey darted forward, faster than any mortal eye, his spear stabbing like lightning into Surtur's side. Sparks burst, flames hissed, and the fire giant roared, staggering back. Again Frey struck, his weapon piercing flame, his armor gleaming as he pressed the assault. Each thrust carried the strength of the earth, the will of harvest, the endurance of life itself. For though his weapon lacked enchantment, his spirit burned with all the power of creation he had once nurtured. But Surtur was fire without end. He swung his flaming sword, each blow a wall of heat, each strike enough to melt stone. Frey blocked, dodged, countered, his movements graceful as a dancer, his will unbroken. The two fought like opposites bound, fire and earth, destruction and growth, ruin and life. The battlefield cleared around them, for none could come near without being consumed. At last Surtur's laughter rose. You fight well, Harvest Lord. But without your sword you are already ash. He swung with both hands, his flaming blade crashing down. Frey lifted his spear to block, but the heat was too great, the fire too fierce. The spear shattered, burning fragments raining across the ground. Frey staggered, weaponless. Yet even then he did not flee. He raised his hands, bare and empty, and cried, If I cannot strike you down, then let me stand against you. Let my defiance be the seed that endures your flame. Surtur's blade pierced him through, fire consuming flesh and armor alike. Frey cried out once, then fell silent. His body blazed, then was gone, leaving only ashes. The god of fertility was dead. With Frey fallen, Surtur strode forward unchecked. His laughter roared, his sword blazed brighter than ever. Flames spread across the plain, devouring corpses, forests, rivers, even the serpent's carcass. The sky turned crimson, the ground molten, the air itself a storm of fire. No corner of the battlefield escaped his wrath. Even the gods who still stood felt the heat sear their flesh, the flames bite their armor. The 9 realms themselves trembled, for Surtur was no longer merely a warrior. He was the end-given form, the fire destined to sweep away all creation. And yet, even as the world burned, the gods still fought. Amid the roar of battle and the furnace of Surtur's fire, Heimdall stood tall. His armor gleamed with the colors of Bifrost, though the rainbow bridge lay shattered at his back. His face was calm, his eyes bright, his ears open to every sound. He had been watchful since the first dawn, guardian of Asgard's gates, keeper of Gyllerhorn. He had seen Loki's slyness, his lies, his betrayals. He had watched silently as Baldur fell, as bonds broke, as fate wound tighter. Now the trickster strode across the plain, laughter sharp as glass, venom dripping from every word. Loki's form shifted with each step, man, beast, shadow, flame, until he stood before Heimdall in the guise of himself, scarred and furious, eyes glowing red. The two faced one another, silence falling even as battle raged around them. For all knew, this duel was as fated as Odin's with Fenrir, as Thor's with the serpent. Heimdall, Loki sneered, his voice like poison. Ever watchful, ever silent, ever dull. What is the use of seeing all, when you could not stop a single thing? You watched me slay Baldur and you did nothing. You watched the wolf strain his chains, the serpent stir, the fire rise, and you did nothing. You are no guardian. You are a shadow. Heimdall's voice was steady, cold as steel. And you are no god. You are lies wrapped in flesh, treachery given form. Today, Loki, you end where you began, in the jaws of justice. Loki laughed. Justice? From you? You are blind in another way, Heimdall. You see much, but you understand nothing. When I fall, I will laugh. When you fall, you will know you failed. Heimdall lifted his horn, already sounded, now silent. Then come. Let us see who laughs last. They clashed. Loki's blade flickered like fire, quick, sly, unpredictable. Heimdall's strikes were steady, measured, each blow placed with the precision of one who had watched the world since its birth. Steel rang against steel, sparks showered, firelight glared upon their faces. They moved through flame and shadow, each seeking the other's heart. Loki struck with trickery, vanishing, reappearing, stabbing from behind, striking from above. But Heimdall's eyes caught every feint, his ears every whisper, his step every move. The watcher countered each deceit with clarity, each shadow with light. Yet Loki's fury was boundless. He struck faster, harder, his laughter growing wild. Heimdall grunted, his armor dented, his blood spilled, but he did not falter. At last they locked, blades crossed, faces close. Loki hissed, "You cannot watch forever." Heimdall answered, "But I can end you now." With a sudden burst, Heimdall drove his blade into Loki's chest. The trickster gasped, blood dark upon his lips. Yet even as he fell, his hand darted, quicker than thought, and his blade pierced Heimdall's heart. The two staggered, locked in death's embrace. Heimdall's eyes still shone with light, Loki's with hate and mirth. They fell together, their blood mingling on the burning earth. The battlefield shook, for with Heimdall's fall, the guardian of Asgard was gone. The horn of warning would sound no more. And with Loki's death, treachery itself seemed to echo one last laugh, then vanish into silence. Around them the battle raged still, but for a moment gods and monsters alike turned their eyes. For the duel of Watcher and Trickster was ended, and both lay still. All around Vigrid lay the fallen. Odin swallowed, Thor collapsed after 9 steps. Tyr torn with Garm, Frey burned in flame, Heimdall and Loki locked in death. The Einherjar, though brave, lay broken in heaps. The giants, though fierce, had been cut down in droves. The sea boiled, the sky cracked, the earth itself quaked beneath the ruin. Only one figure strode untouched at the heart of it all. Surtur, fire giant, lord of Muspelheim, wielder of the sword of flame. His laughter drowned the cries of battle. His blade burned higher than the sun, his body was wrapped in fire without end. Each step he took split the earth, each swing consumed forests, rivers and mountains. The gods who still lived gathered in desperation, striking at him with all they had. But his flame devoured every strike. Spears turned to ash, shields melted, armor ran like molten ore. Surtur raised his sword high, fire spiraling upward until it pierced the sky itself. The heavens already torn cracked wide. Stars vanished, constellations scattered. The dome of the sky blazed red, then broke apart like glass. The 9 realms shuddered. From Muspelheim poured flame. From Niflheim came frost, but it melted in the furnace. From Jotunheim, giants fell in heaps. From Hel, the dead wailed as fire reached their gates. Even Yggdrasil, the great ash tree, groaned in agony. Its bark split, its roots bled, its leaves withered to embers. Enir shrieked as the fire reached its lair, but the serpent dragon gnawed on still, even as flame consumed it. The universe itself was burning. A few still stood. Vidar, silent avenger of Odin, raised his blade against Surtur, striking again and again though the fire seared him. The sons of Thor, Magni and Me, still young, still fierce, fought through the blaze, carrying their father's hammer though it glowed white-hot. The remnants of the Einherjar sang as they charged, their voices defying despair, songs of courage, of glory, of the halls of Valhalla. But none could halt the fire. Surtur swung once and Vidar was hurled back. He swung again and Magni and Me were engulfed. He swung a third time, and the last of the Einherjar were consumed, their voices turning to ash upon the wind. At last, Surtur roared, a sound like the heart of a volcano, like the breaking of time. He lifted his sword higher than the heavens, brighter than the sun that had long since been devoured. With one final stroke he brought it down. The 9 realms dissolved into flame. Midgard split and burned, oceans boiling into steam. Asgard fell, its golden halls collapsing into molten ruin. Vanaheim, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, all gone in fire. Hell itself was broken, shadows screaming as the flames swallowed them whole. Yggdrasil, torn root from root, fell into the furnace. The last green leaf blackened, curled, and vanished. The fire consumed everything. Gods, giants, men, beasts, shadows, earth, sea, sky, all dissolved into a single roaring blaze. And then, silence. The fire burned itself out. Embers drifted in the void, glowing faint, then dim, then gone. The universe returned to Ginnungagap, the yawning void from which it had been born. No stars, no sun, no moon, no earth. Only silence. Yet in that silence, deep in the ashes, something stirred. For Ragnarok was not the end. It was the turning of the wheel. All was darkness. Surtur's flames had devoured sky, sea, and earth. Yggdrasil, the great ash, had fallen. The cries of gods and monsters had faded. The thunder of Thor, the roar of Fenrir, the hiss of Jormungandr, everything was gone. Only silence remained. A silence so deep it echoed like Ginnungagap, the primordial void before all creation. Yet within that silence drifted embers, sparks glowing faint in the ashes of the worlds. And from those ashes, something began to stir. From the darkened sea a new land rose, green, fresh, and alive. The flames had cleansed, the poison had washed away, and Midgard was born anew. Meadows unfolded, thick with grass. Forests rose tall and young. Rivers flowed clear, teeming with life. The earth breathed again, like a child at its first dawn. Where there had been ruin, there was now promise. Skoll and Hati had swallowed the old sun and moon, yet not all light was lost. For the sun had borne a daughter, hidden until the end. She now rose in the heavens, bright and pure, her radiance gentler and younger than her mother's. Her light poured across the new earth, warming fields and forests, shimmering upon waters. Life stirred beneath her gaze. The world had a sun again, and with it hope. Beneath the fallen roots of Yggdrasil, in the hidden grove of Hodmimis Holt, two humans had endured the fire. Lif the woman, Lifthrasir the man. They had hidden deep, drinking dew from the leaves, surviving as the old world perished around them. Now they emerged into the new dawn. They looked upon the green fields, the shining rivers, the bright young sun. They took one another's hands and knew they were destined to repopulate the world of men. From them would descend the generations of humankind, a new race to walk Midgard. Not all was lost of the divine. From hell's shadowed halls returned Baldur, shining with the radiance of peace, and his brother Hr reconciled at last, no longer burdened by guilt. They found those who had survived the final battle. Vidar, silent avenger of Odin. Vali, another son of the Allfather. Magni and Me, sons of Thor, who now carried Mjolnir, their father's hammer. Together they looked upon the reborn world. They were fewer, younger, but not broken. From them would rise a new age of gods, gentler and wiser, tempered by memory of the doom that had come before. The young gods walked upon the earth, green and bright, and marveled at what had survived. They sat together upon Idavolur, the plain that had endured Surtur's fire, and spoke of the fallen. Odin's wisdom, Thor's thunder, Tyr's justice, Frey's generosity, Heimdall's watch. They did not mourn with despair, but remembered with reverence. For in their memory the old gods still lived. Thus from silence came life, from ashes came growth, and from death came renewal. Ragnarok had not only ended the world, it had begun it again. On Idavolur, where the grass was greenest and the air clearest, the young gods gathered. The plain had survived Surtur's fire as though fate itself had spared it for this moment. Baldur sat at the center, radiant with calm. His return from hell was not as a warrior, but as a bringer of wisdom. Hr, once blind, now stood beside him, reconciled, his sight restored, his spirit at peace. Vidar, silent, carried his father's memory with strength unbroken. Vali, swift and fierce, swore to guard the new order. Magni and Me, carrying Mjolnir between them, were fire and thunder reborn. They looked at one another and Baldur spoke. The old world fell to pride, to treachery, to wrath ungoverned. We must not walk the same path. Let us guard this world not as kings but as keepers. Let us guide mankind with wisdom, not with fear. And let us remember always that even gods may fall. The others nodded. For each bore scars of Ragnarok, though they had survived it. Magni and me, sons of Thor, lifted Mjolnir. The hammer blazed once more with stormlight, arcs of lightning leaping from its head. Father's wrath lives in us, Magni said. But let us use it not to crush recklessly, me added, but to shield and protect. They struck the ground together, and thunder rolled across the horizon. Rain fell, gentle at first, then stronger, soaking the fields, feeding rivers, blessing crops. No longer would Mjolnir be only a weapon of destruction. In their hands, it would be a tool of balance, storm and rain, wrath and renewal. Baldur walked among men, teaching them remembrance. He told them of Odin's sacrifice, of Thor's valor, of Tyr's justice, of Frey's generosity, of Frigg's sorrow. He taught not in commands but in stories. Around fires, men told his words, passing them from father to son, mother to daughter. And in those tales, mankind learned humility, honor, and the weight of choices. Where once the gods had ruled from high halls, now they walked closer to the people. They no longer demanded blind worship, they offered guidance. Baldur's presence was like light after storm, a balm for wounds. Mortals looked upon him and felt peace, for they knew this god had died and returned and understood their own fragility. On Idavolar, the gods gathered the golden tablets left from before Ragnarok. They pieced together fragments of runes, stories carved by the Aesir in the old age. Vali read them aloud. Here is Odin's wisdom, won through sacrifice. Here is Thor's thunder, born with strength. Here is Heimdall's watch, unbroken even in death. These are lessons, not just glories. Baldur declared, these tablets shall not lie hidden. Men and gods alike shall hear them, not to boast of power, but to remember the cost of pride and the price of folly. And so they became not treasures of vanity, but scriptures of caution and wisdom, guiding the new age. Lif and Lifthrasir's children grew, their numbers multiplying across the green fields of Midgard. Villages rose beside rivers, farms spread across meadows, fires burned in hearths once more. They sang songs of gratitude to the new sun, of reverence for the gods who had survived, and of remembrance for those who had fallen. The new men were not as the old. They carried no memory of betrayal, no hunger for endless conquest. They were gentler, though still human, with all the flaws of mortality. Yet the gods guided them carefully, teaching them the lessons of the past without ruling as tyrants. Still, shadows lingered at the edge of the new dawn. The Norns were silent, but their looms still turned. Some said they wove a new tapestry, one not bound by the old cycle. Others feared the wheel of fate spun ever on, and that one day fire and shadow would return. In secret, some whispered of Enigir, the corpse dragon who had been seen at the world's end carrying bodies in its jaws. Had it perished in the flames, or had it slunk into the shadows, gnawing still at unseen roots? Baldur, when asked, only smiled with sorrowful wisdom. Whether the cycle repeats, none can say. What matters is that we live as if this dawn is the first, and treat it as though it were the last. His words settled into men's hearts like seeds. The young sun climbed higher each day. The forests grew thick, the rivers full, the skies bright. Mankind spread across Midgard, living in harmony with earth and storm. The gods watched, guiding but not ruling, walking among men as guardians rather than overlords. And in Idavolur the halls of the new gods shone, not with pride but with light. In them were sung not boasts of victory, but songs of memory, peace, and hope. Thus the world was renewed. And though all knew that endings would one day come again, for now there was dawn and it was enough. The gods of the new age raised halls upon the green plain of Idavolur. They were not as the towering, glittering strongholds of Asgard that once loomed with pride. These halls were simple, radiant with light, open to all winds, surrounded by trees and streams. They stood not as palaces but as sanctuaries. In them the gods met in council, welcomed men who sought wisdom, and preserved the memory of what had been lost. At the center Baldur sat often, his voice calm, his presence soothing. Around him gathered Magni and me with Mjolnir, Vidar and Vali with quiet strength, and Hr with newfound peace. Together they formed a circle not of rulers but of guardians. Meanwhile mankind spread swiftly across Midgard. The children of Lif and Lifthrazor grew into villages, villages into tribes. Fields flourished, rivers gave fish, and forests gave wood and game. Men lived close to the land, guided gently by the gods. They tilled the earth, built homes, and sang songs of gratitude for the new sun and the green earth. The gods did not rule as before. They did not demand oaths of loyalty or sacrifices of blood. Instead they taught. They reminded men of the old age, not in boastful sagas of glory, but in cautionary tales of hubris, betrayal, and doom. Thus men learned to live humbly, to honor the land, to respect the bonds of kinship, to remember always that even gods had fallen when they forgot these truths. Baldur became more than a god. He was a teacher of peace. He sat among men, telling them of love, memory, and forgiveness. He spoke of Odin's endless search for wisdom, of Thor's tireless defense, of Frey's generosity, of Frigg's mourning, of Tyr's justice. He did not hide the sorrows. He told of Loki's betrayal, of Fenrir's hunger, of Jormungandr's venom, of Surtur's fire. But he taught that even in ruin renewal was possible. Mortals listened, and in his words they found not only guidance but comfort. For here was a god who had died, who had walked in hell, who had seen despair, and yet had returned with hope. Magni and me wielded Mjolnir together. They learned to summon not only lightning but rain, not only storms of wrath but showers that nourished. In their hands the hammer became a balance, destruction and renewal, wrath and mercy. Fields thrived under its reign, yet armies knew it could still summon thunder if ever mankind turned again to violence. Thus the storm itself was tamed into harmony. Vidar remained mostly apart, silent and watchful. He bore the memory of Odin's fall, and though his vengeance had been fulfilled, the weight of it stayed upon him. Yet men respected his silence. They said he was the strength of justice, the unspoken reminder that evil, if it rose again, would always be met with retribution. Children grew up whispering his name not in fear, but in respect, knowing that silence itself could be as strong as thunder. But even in peace the question of fate lingered. The Norns still wove though unseen. Did they weave a new pattern free of cycles? Or did they spin the same wheel, destined to turn once more toward doom? Some nights Baldur walked beneath the stars and wondered, were they truly new, or the remnants of the old? Would another age of pride rise and fall, or had Ragnarok broken the pattern forever? He never found an answer. When men asked him he would only say, "The future is not ours to know. What matters is how we shape today." Yet some told darker tales. Hunters in deep forests spoke of strange noises, gnawing, scraping, a hiss like something chewing unseen roots. Could Enichijar, the corpse dragon, still endure, lurking in shadows, waiting? No god confirmed it, but the story spread and men remembered. For though the world was reborn, memory of darkness was never fully gone. Still the sun shone, the rivers sang, the forests flourished. Peace became the melody of the world. In Idavolur the gods gathered often, not to plot war but to share counsel. In Midgard men lived with gratitude, their songs rising in praise not of fearsome overlords, but of guiding friends. The scars of Ragnarok remained, but they became reminders, not wounds. And in their memory both gods and men found strength. The young sun rose higher each day, golden and steady, warming fields and forests. The scars of Ragnarok faded as grass grew over battlefields, rivers washed clean the ashes, and new trees spread their roots where fire had once consumed all. Mankind walked Midgard again. Children laughing, farmers sowing, hunters singing as they returned with game. Where once had stood halls of war, there were now homes of peace. The age of ruin had passed and life once more blossomed. The gods, fewer now but tempered by loss, watched with quiet pride. They did not reign from above as tyrants. They walked among men as guardians, guides, and companions. Yet the past was not forgotten. In the halls of Idavolur stories were told. Of Odin, who sought wisdom until the end, and whose sacrifice lit the path of kings and poets. Of Thor, who struck down the world serpent but fell after 9 steps, the storm silenced but never forgotten. Of Tyr, who gave his hand for oaths and his life for justice. Of Frey, who faced fire unarmed, proving that even doomed valor has worth. Of Heimdall and Loki, enemies bound to one another, ending as they must, together. Men and gods alike listened, not with fear but with reverence. These were not just tales of power, they were lessons, warnings, and hopes. In memory the fallen lived on. Balder became the heart of the new age. His wisdom was not sharp like Odin's, nor fierce like Thor's. It was gentle, enduring, filled with compassion. He taught men that peace is not weakness, that forgiveness is not folly, and that even in death there can be return. His light was not that of the old sun, burning with pride. It was the softer light of dawn, steady and renewing. Under his guidance, gods and men alike sought harmony. Magni and me wielded Mjolnir with balance. When storms raged, they brought rain to fields. When enemies threatened, they brought thunder to protect. They had inherited not only Thor's strength but also his duty to guard mankind. They became living reminders that power must serve life, not dominate it. Vidar remained ever quiet, but his silence spoke. He was a god of endurance, of patience, of quiet strength. Men honored him as the avenger, but also as the guardian of justice, proof that even the mightiest wrong could be righted. Children grew up playing games in which they mimicked his great boot crushing the wolf's jaw, and in those games they learned that even in silence there can be power. Still, the question of fate lingered like a shadow at the edge of dawn. The Norns, though unseen, wove still. Did they spin a new thread, breaking free of the old circle, or did the wheel turn endlessly, carrying all back toward another Ragnarok? Some whispered that far in the depths, in shadows untouched by sun, the dragon Enigir yet lived, gnawing at unseen roots, carrying corpses in its jaws. If so, the end had not been destroyed, only delayed. Balder, when asked, would only smile gently. All things end, but endings are not to be feared. They are part of the story. Let us write this chapter well, so that when the next begins, it may be brighter still. And so the world turned again. Fields blossomed, rivers sang, men lived, gods guided. The new age was not without sorrow, for sorrow is part of life, but it was gentler, wiser, built upon the ashes of fire. The sun rose each day over green Midgard. Children grew, gods endured, men sang. The memory of Ragnarok did not vanish. It lived in song, in story, in warning. Thus the saga closes not in despair, but in hope. For even after the world's end, life returned. Even after fire, green shoots grew. Even after death, Baldur walked again. Ragnarok was not only the twilight of the gods. It was the dawn of renewal. And so, the saga of Ragnarok comes to its close. From the yawning void of Ginnungagap to the birth of Ymir, from the rise of the gods to the fall of Asgard, we have walked through fire, blood, and shadow. We have watched Odin devoured by Fenrir, Thor strike down the serpent at the cost of his own life, Frey fall to flame, and Heimdall and Loki slay one another in their destined hatred. We have seen Surtur's sword sweep the 9 realms into fire, Yggdrasil itself collapse, and the universe drown in silence. But from the ashes came renewal. The sun was reborn, the earth was green again, mankind survived, and Baldur returned with light and wisdom to guide a gentler age. This is the truth of Ragnarok, not only an ending but a beginning. A reminder that even in destruction there is rebirth, and that every twilight carries within it the seed of dawn. And with that, my friends, we close this journey through the end of the world and the dawn that followed. If you have walked with me this far, through giants, gods, serpents, wolves, and fire, then you too carry the memory of the old world and the hope of the new. Remember, Ragnarok is not just a myth. It is a mirror of our own struggles, our own endings, and the rebirths that follow them. Every ending can be a beginning. Every fall can give rise to renewal. Thank you for joining me in this epic tale. If you enjoyed it, leave a like, share it with those who love myths and legends, and subscribe so you don't miss the next great story. Until then, may your storms be brief, may your dawns be bright, and may you carry the fire of memory into whatever new world awaits you.